Hello farmers and welcome back to New Hope on Farming Simulator 25. It is a Wednesday, middle of the work week. Hopefully everyone's having a good Wednesday so far. But we're back here in Farm Sim 25 on the New Hope. Just checking in on the horses. Of course they're doing fine. Hello Bob, John, Skender, Panther Killer. Welcome. Hope you guys are having a good Wednesday. We're in the month of April in the game, and last stream we planted 3 fields. Is this the corn or is what is this? This is actually that's right, millet. We planted some millet. Then over here we got our field of corn, and then of course on the farther side we got a field of oats. They've all been planted this month, and we need to skip on over to the month of May because that follows October. No, follows April. I don't know. I got October on my mind today. But we're going to have to spray some weeds in this field over here. The other 2 fields were plowed, so they're not going to get any weeds. But this field over here will definitely get some weeds growing. Actually, if we stand here, it should say weeds growing. There they go, weeds growing. It'll say it there somewhere. We did plow some of the field because they had tram lines in it, so we had to get rid of the tram lines with a plow. So, yeah, it's going to be spotty on the weeds. But we got ourselves a See and Spot weed spray to take care of that. And I say we go ahead and sleep on to the month of May, and we'll take care of the weeds. Probably it's going to zip right on through the months and get right to harvest season. Harvest season is not that far. The horses, I really don't have much to do to maintain the horses. They got plenty of food, enough to go a few more months for sure. So the horses are fine. The greenhouses are about the only thing I'm probably going to top off with some water. We do have lettuce I could sell. I am down to 5,000. We're probably going to wake up being around negative 15,000. We got like $20,000 worth of payments every night. So let's go ahead and go to bed, and we'll get those crops grown, and we'll take care of them. Just double check on the horses and the crops as we go along. There are 2 other fields I could do some contracts in. You know, I may do 1 or 2 just to bring some cash in if I feel like it. But we'll see how we go along here. All right, let's just zip on over to this field over here. Like I said, I'm sure we're going to see some weeds. And, yep, I can see some weeds. I'm pretty sure you can as well. But our field of oats has grown, which is looking good. I'm pretty sure the corn has grown, and the millet has also. But the millet is the one I kind of want to look at because I want to see what the millet is going to look like. There's our corn. Just make sure there's no weeds here. There should not be. Yeah, it says it needs rolling, but kind of late for that, and I don't roll. And then, of course, we got our millet growing over here. Yeah, that definitely looks like it has its own look to it. It's not like the mustard, which just basically copies the canola. At least it did on Penne, but here the millet definitely has its own look to it. So that's kind of going to be interesting. All right, let's grab our doits, and we will grab our See and Spot weed sprayer. I'm like 95% sure I bought the See and Spot weed sprayer. Did I not buy one? Wait, I thought I bought one. Am I thinking of the wrong series? Did I not buy a See and Spot weed sprayer? Oh, I might be thinking of Schimbergo. I think I bought it on Schimbergo, not here. Let's see here. Let me see sprayers. No, I don't own one. Well, all right, so that was Schimbergo. I bought the See and Spot weed sprayer, not here. All right, so I got at least one. We are at negative 15,000, so that means, yeah, we're going to be selling our lettuce. Let's fire up the doits and we'll go sell that. Hello, Retmar. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Thank you for dropping on in. Also, we will get the water into the greenhouses. I hope the greenhouses didn't run out of water. That would be embarrassing. This is full of water, too. Hope I wasn't leaving it there to remind myself to fill up the greenhouses before... Yeah, no, that didn't run out of water. Before I went through the month. And then just come over to here. I drop that off. That should still be, I don't hear it running. That should have stayed running. There it goes. Alright, spin around. Grab our trailer, load up this lettuce, go sell it. And then we'll lease the See and Spot weed sprayer. Man, I was like 95% sure I bought the See and Spot weed sprayer for this series. But I guess it kind of makes sense since I was in a money crunch. I'm not going to get the back ones. I'm going to have to back up, which is not going to be fun. I hate dolly trailers. I'm bad at backing them up. I think the problem is I oversteer too quick. Actually, I think my problem is I purchased a dolly trailer, but needs to be done. All right, 48,000 liters of lettuce. Let's go sell this. Hello, Miles. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. My throat feels awfully dry today. And it's not as hot as it has been, but man, I'm drinking a lot of water today. Where's this bridge? Don't want to go off the bridge. There it is. Kind of hard to see with all this morning fog. So I don't know how many of you saw the video that Giants put out yesterday about the end of the season 1 pass, year 1 pass. They've kind of shown off just a tiny bit so far of the map that'll be coming out in the winter. It's going to be based in Scotland, I do think. I do see. There's going to be a new type of cow. Some say they're introducing fishing, but to me, I think the fishing is nothing more than like the fishing production building that we kind of use on Dark Forest is similar to that. And of course, we're going to have a new crop type in the base game, if you will, from Giants. Although we have harvested that type of crop before, and that's onions. There'll be special equipment for planting and harvesting onions. And that'll be coming out, I think, November 4th. If you want to see a little bit more information on it, there should be a link in the description below. That'll show you kind of what's going on. You can pre-order that if you want. But also, if you have the Season 1 pass, the Year 1 pass, that'll be included in your Season 1 pass. So you'll get it for free when it comes out in November. Alright, so that brought us back up to 34,000. Now we can lease the See and Spot weed sprayer. We'll be able to take care of some weeds. Man, I could have swore I bought the See and Spot weed sprayer. Nothing here that we're looking to have, so just double checking the sale page before I lease something that, you know, maybe I could have got a deal on. So we want that, and we just want to lease it. 3,200, ouch. But we need it. Well, do I need it? No, I mean, we could leave the weeds in the field, but you know what? Hopefully we can get our environmental score up a little bit by spraying for some weeds. So I'm sure also with FarmCon going on, we'll get more information about the Scotland map. Was it, they didn't show the name of it, but I think they said it a couple times. I think they said Lake Kent or Lake Ken. Or maybe it's Lincoln. I don't, maybe I misheard it. I only watched the video once that came out yesterday. But I thought they said Lake Ken. And I know some people said, "Oh, they're bringing fishing to Farming Simulator 25." I think it's just the production building like we did on Dark Forest, similar to that. The kind of the interesting thing is though when you bring the fish down to the port to sell or stock the lake, if you will, seagulls arrive. So I hope the seagulls work because, as we know, they had ravens in the game. I think they still do have ravens in the game here and there, but they had problems with the birds in FS22, the way they would spawn in and look kind of weird. So we'll see how the seagulls go. As for the cows, I don't know the exact name for the cows, but they're the ones that have like a lot of, I don't know if you want to call it hair. I don't think it's fur, but yeah, I'm guessing a byproduct of those cows could be you would shear those type of cows and maybe bring it to a spinnery to make some clothing. Or sorry, some fabric, possibly. That's the way I would look at it. Alright, let's go get some herbicide. And we'll take care of the oat field. We'll spray that with weeds. I'm going to try to spray these fields over here also, just to see if I get the weed score up to 100%. So before we spray for weeds, we'll see that our environmental score is this page here. Our score is at 59 right now, so we'll see what we can get it up to. Herbicide, we'll just fill it right up. It's not going to be too expensive. Highland cattle. Yeah, so I'm guessing we're probably, it's one of those things where they won't, you know, maybe it'll just be a milking cow, possibly, but I would say maybe by looks of them, maybe we'll get to shear the cow. Well, not us shear the cows, but shearing the cows would be a byproduct and then making it into some type of clothing, possibly. You want to unfold? Is my side panel acting up again? Of course, when I reset my side panel, then I got to reset my steering wheel. Why won't this unfold? There we go. Just had to hit the button a few more times, I guess. Fishing is for raising fish, and then those fish sent out to sea to get bigger fish on the fishing boats. They didn't actually show them on the boat actually getting the fish. So I'm not saying, you know, until I actually see it with my own eyes of them actually doing that, who knows? Alright, so I can't have this on the front. It needs to be on the back. The sensors must be facing the front. So let's put this on the back and have it work. I'm like, why is it not spraying? So you can't have it on the front. It needs to be on the back for the sensors to actually... I mean, I guess it would make sense. Sensors would be facing in the direction you think you're going and spraying. So that's why they probably weren't spraying before. I'll set the cruise control. We are good. We are good to go. Taking care of some weeds. But I think the production for the fish is going to be just that. We raise the fish by giving them fish food, and we get paid when we bring it down to the dock. I don't think we're going to be actually getting on a fishing boat and doing any fishing. I don't think that's going to be it. But maybe we'll find out with FarmCon going on. Maybe they'll show a little bit more. I hope to show a little bit more of the map. The little bit of the map they showed off in the video, it looked good. As for the onions are going to remind me of the vegetable harvesting. I think until some people come out with a mod for the harvesting part of it, I'm not sure many people are going to want to do the onions. Because it looks like they'll just lay it on down in the field and you have to go around and pick it up. I don't think they showed off on how to pick up the onions in the video. But I think they'll show it off at FarmCon whenever they get around to it. Alright, let's just spray where the weeds are. We don't have to do the entire field, because not the entire field has weeds. Excited to get to the harvest season here because, well, yeah, the only thing we got us bringing in money is the lettuce currently. And with the harvest this upcoming season, of course, we're going to have the millet, which we'll probably store. I forgot when the best time is to sell, but I'm guessing probably December/January. And the corn we'll put into a corn dryer, which I'm going to have to put down. And we'll make some dry corn and get more money from the corn that way. I did see on the mod hub, I've been rather busy the last couple days, but I quickly saw on the mod hub that Omatana, I'm not sure if she's the first one that has done this, but it's the first one I saw of it. Her like little hobo hut that I put down over there that we just slept in, she has huts like that in the mod hub that are constructible farmhouses. So yeah, she's the first one I think I've seen do that. So hopefully in the future we'll be able to see more of it, which would be kind of cool. You know, people making farmhouses that are constructibles, or you know, making even sheds that are constructible. The sheds that Giants put out with the base game, yeah, I'm not fans of those sheds at all. They're rather on the small side, but I'd like to see a little bit bigger sheds myself. Hello, Nesco. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. They probably copied Farmer Andy's fishing from Hoff Bergman. Well, I mean, the fishing mods, there's been fishing, farming mods out there since at least FS17. I remember having one on FS17 on Rattlesnake Valley, where you had then put the fish in a reefer, a refrigerator container. I mean, yeah, they do show in the video a fishing vessel out on the lake going back and forth, but it could be just a visual effect. They didn't say you're actually going to go out into a boat and then catch the fish. Because to me, that would seem kind of stupid, where you're raising fish, and then, yeah, let's go release fish into a lake to where then I can capture them again when I already had them in containers, to put them in another container to sell them. So I think it's just going to be raise a fish like we did on Dark Forest, and then bring them to a quote-unquote sell point, and that's where you get paid. And that'll be the end of it. But again, that's just my thoughts on it. But the map does look kind of interesting enough that when it comes out in November, that I'll probably play on it. Unlike in FS22, when they released Sri Lanka, I only went on the map just to show the vegetables and how it worked. But I did not like the map Sri Lanka that much when it came out. Although I am kind of intrigued because it is such an open map, Sri Lanka, that, you know, that might be a good map to go on and create. Well, something like this map is allowing me to do, which we can just create a whole bunch of stuff because it's so open. But the Highland cows should be rather interesting, what they tend to do with those. Is it going to be another way to make fabric? I don't know about Highland cows, so I'll ask you people in that area. Highland cows, do they actually shear the cows once in a while to use the hair, or is that something that's not done? Because I have no idea. Where's the next row of weeds? Right here. But I don't know, November does seem like a long ways off, so I mean, nothing in the update has got me extremely excited about it, but JCB tractors. JCB tractors will be part of that DLC as well. They did show off a tractor built from JCB back in around 2000. That looked kind of interesting. Don't think I've ever seen that model before. And I think on the PNG picture that they used, it was a more of kind of like the JCB tractors that we were using on Riverview. So things that we know, JCB will be coming back to the game itself. We know the map and now the location. Highland cows and fishing production. That is currently what we know about the November. Again, I think it's November 4th it comes out. If you did not buy the Season 1 pass and this all kind of interests you, you can pre-buy it. And if you want to, you can use my link in the description below. Oh, getting off course here. In 22 Hofburg, when you had a fishing boat to buy and then go to the lake. To get in the boat and first fed fish on purchased place of lake and then the fish with net. I mean, I'm pretty sure Giants is going to say more about, I don't know what they're calling the edition. So I think, you know, the editions that come out like a year after the initial release, the last few have been like the Platinum and the Premium edition. So I'm not sure what they're going to call this year's edition. But I'm pretty sure they'll announce more of what's to come. Hides are used for leather goods and their hair can be spun into yarn. Bones, horns, and hoofs are used in various products. Yeah, I think as far as they'll go is probably the hair spun into yarn. That's I think that's as far as Giants will go on it, because if they do other stuff, then they can't have the game rating of E for everyone. They start getting that kind of stuff, then they have to put a different rating on the game. which affects sales and advertisements and all that kind of stuff. I think I got about 3 more passes on this field. I can see in the future for the size of fields we're going to have. I think maybe in the long run for a seed and spot weed sprayer, I'll have to get one that's maybe a little bit bigger. I'm not saying this is taking a long time, but you know, eventually I'm only doing like 60-70% in this field. Next year I'll have to do, well, at least 2 fields, because a cornfield I'm going to need a plow. If I don't create more fields beyond that, but yeah, we'll have at least 2 fields to do 100%. Although I may not have the money to even buy a sprayer, but next year I may at least a bigger one. All right, let's make a pass on down through here. Highland cattle also sometimes raised for milk. So I wonder if they'll give off milk and their hair be used for making, I'm going to guess, in the fabric. I don't, or maybe they'll make another production where we can make yarn, and then of course yarn can be put into like a clothing store where we can make sweaters. Because they did say in the video new productions, but I don't know if that's just a fish or, you know, like I said, they're not, they didn't want to say everything in the video. They want to leave stuff for FarmCon. By the time Sunday rolls around, we will know, I'm pretty sure, quite a bit more about the new map and what will be released in November. So I'm going to quickly go over to the cornfield. I'm going to give that a go and also spray the millet field and see if that brings up our score in those fields on the weeding. It didn't do so on Penye or other maps I tried it on where there are no weeds. Looks like it's actually got to spray some herbicide on the field for it to work. So how are we looking on the score? Oh yeah, we shot up to 67. So in this field here, everything is 100%, except for the nitrogen, because last year when I harvested the field, I guess it wasn't enough nitrogen here. Why is this field showing 100% weeds taken care of? Why is that field showing 100% weeds taken care of? Weeds is the third one down, right? Yeah, so my overall score, all my wheat, I've done 100% of the weeding. So I guess I'm not going to, I don't have to go over and bother spraying them. They're showing 100% done already. All right. Well, I'll fold this up. We'll empty out the herbicide. Double check on the horses just to see if they need any hay or straw. There we go. Drop that off. Let's go to the store page. Vehicles. Leasing. Return that. Just watched Embargo 2, Episode 2, and that drill is 3 meters. Lots of pond to drill 4-hectare field. I thought that drill was 4-meter wide, not 3. But then again, it's going to take a while. I'll see what happens when I get involved back in Shimbargo over the upcoming week, and that's why I plan to record those episodes are on the weekends. Let's see, horses. Let's see how they're doing. Hay, they're doing fine. Straw, they got plenty. Yeah, they're just not going through the food, which is a good and bad thing. So, the less amount of food they go through, the more profitable they technically are. And again, we are running a mod where we earn more money from the horses. That mod came out actually last week. Currently, the horses are worth $4,500, almost $4,600. The max price, I think people have said in 25 was the same as it was in 22, is that they're pretty much worth like $5,000 in the base game. So we'll see how much they get up to here with the mod going. Some people said in the photos it shows 5,500, so it's like a 10% increase, it seems like. Yeah, so let's go ahead and... do I want to look at contracts? There's probably nothing really too interesting here. Oh yeah, I remember this sowing contract. Now they're showing me a sowing contract in field 52 for $0. If I lease the equipment, it costs me $640. So that's a negative $640 profit. I have no idea what's going on there. Yeah, let's go ahead and go to bed. Now, I do have mowing equipment and such to cut the meadow grass around our farm if I want to. A couple things, though. I don't have a way to windrow it and or to wrap it. So I'd have to lease that kind of stuff. Did I activate the balers with the windrower on it for the series yet? Where are the balers? I did. I did activate that. How much horsepower is required? That says 250. Well, the Deutz can handle that. If I wanted to. Sam's running around out here. Hello, buddy. Rolling in the grass, probably getting covered in ticks. We'll feed Sam. I think I'm just going to go right to harvest season. Oh yeah, how is the millet looking? Let's have a close eye on the millet. It's looking pretty good. Like the way it looks. Hello, farmer, and welcome. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Okay, Retmar, take that as you're headed on out. Thank you for dropping on in. And enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. And thanks for a little bit of information on the Highland cattle. And that was what our oats look like currently. All right, let's get to the month of July. Just zipping on through these months. Just interesting. What we got for contracts? Yeah, so I'm getting a lot of sowing contracts on land that has no fields. As for moving dead wood and all that, not too interested in doing that today. At least, I meant this month. I may do a deadwood contract here and there once in a while just to change things up. Buddy owns that baler personally in Arkansas and he loves it. But that sounded like a little bit of hail that we got overnight. The oats, not ready. Corn, I know, is not going to be ready until October. I don't know when the millet is going to be ready. It's not quite ready yet. At least I don't think that's going to be ready. No, it still says growing, so they're good. Let's see how the horses, what are the horses doing? Horses are now worth 5,500. And they're not full grown yet. They're only halfway to adult, so I think they're going to be worth more than that. But hello, West Virginia, and hello, Dolson. Welcome. Yeah, hello from Louisiana. I hope you're having a good day. Millet, PC only crop. I can't remember. Let me check. Can't remember if New Hope is available on. I think New Hope is available on console. Why do I not have that up? Let me go to mods. Probably best if I actually just hit search for New Hope. So I forgot what category it's classified under, what map it is. This map is available for all platforms. So it's not just a PC only crop. It's available for all platforms. Is millet. So yeah, you can grow this crop on console. And oh yeah, horses, how they doing? Straw, they're still full. There's a bale in there that they keep taking it from. And they're not even below 60,000 liters. So within a year, they've only gone through, almost a year, not even 20,000 liters of food for 8 horses. So I'm thinking this upcoming season we'll probably get 16 horses in here. See, one of the horses is called Shadowfax. Obviously, the map builder is a Lord of the Rings fan. Well, actually, the name of the horses comes from a random generator from the Farming Simulator game file. So it's probably someone at Giants did that. Has nothing to do with the map maker. Unless the map maker threw that in there in the file somewhere. But it's kind of like every time I put down Sam on a streaming series, it'll just grab a name from the generator and put a name on there. So that's in the Giants game folder. All right, I assume, okay, it's August. We should have crops that are ready for harvest. We do. So the oats are ready. Is the millet ready? The millet looks like it's ready as well. Hello, David. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. So the millet actually looks a little bit like sorghum. And then the corn is growing as well. As for the horses, yeah, the horses are almost up to 6,000. So by the time they're fully mature, the horses are going to be worth at least 10 grand. So that's something good. All right, so I don't know if millet is a crop I can make a straw out of. I'm not too sure. But I'm going to need a worker today because when I do the oats, I'm going to be putting down some straw and I want a worker behind the combine baling. So in order for me to have a worker, I need some money, and we're at negative 31,000. So let's get that fixed by selling some lettuce. Yeah, the worst time of the year to be selling lettuce, but when you need money, you need money. Oh, just one extra pallet, but that's... I'll take every little extra pallet there is. Let me drive around and get lined up better for those pallets. I don't want to be backing this up. Alright, let's go see what we get for 68,000 liters of lettuce. I do see we got some hail damage in the millet field. There's a base 6-meter horse cultivator you can mount seeder unit and direct drill with it. Much cheaper than other drills. I mean, I don't know all the stats on all of them, but I think most of those is going to be like where it can only do like canola, maybe grass and oilseed radish. There are certain crop types I need. I need oats for sure to feed the horses and such. And I already own a drill anyway, so... I mean, it all depends on how you're running your farm. And really a 6-meter wide drill for the amount of fields we have would take a while to plant all three. So for those new to the New Hope series, what I plan to be doing on the series, other than running a horse farm and taking care of horses, which is going to be a lot easier to take care of than I originally thought, only because they're not going through the food as much. I am running the horse helper, so the horse helper is riding and cleaning the horses every day. But on this map, what we're going to do once the money really starts pouring in is we're going to build houses around here, make like a community. So the constructible houses, we'll start buying some, and of course I'll have to supply the wood material and the concrete material from the cement production to build those houses. Which means we're gonna have a lot of farmhouses on the map. But we're just gonna try to make it look like a community. And you may also know that there is a mod out there called like the post office mod, where we're going to be delivering mail to the houses. It's kind of like a side production, if you will. So selling that lettuce, we got back up to 40,000 in the positive. So those greenhouses are making us money. And the reason why we're losing, I don't want to say losing, 20,000 pretty much per night, we're using the enhanced loan system. So it's not only paying money back on the interest on the loan, it's also paying back on the loan itself. So we have an initial loan of $3 million that we took out. And the monthly payment on that is like 17 grand a month. So that's where most of it's going. Of course, the rest of it's going to help pay for the worker to take care of the horses and riding and cleaning them, property maintenance, that kind of stuff. That's where most of the money is going. So we'll harvest the millet first. Actually, I take that back. I said I already own a seed drill. I do not. I do not own a seed drill. That's what happens. I've been on this map since last Friday. I think it was Friday. So this is going to be on the baler. Now, I don't know if I need it for the millet or not, but we're just going to attach. I am going to need it for the oats. Let's get the combine out. Oh, yeah, I need to repair this. Need to repair this, because I bought this used. This was used on day one. That's the reason. I wouldn't have gone that with that big of a combine on the first combine of the series, but that was for sale. So it was hard to pass that one up. Container? No, it's got to be under tools. Did I not activate the toolbox? Alright, I don't think I activated the toolbox mod. Save game. I need the toolbox mod. Alright, quit the menu. Is that just called like the toolbox mod? Portable service kit. It's right there. Is that something I can only buy at the store? So I do have it activated. Is that something you can only buy at the store? I guess so. I guess I gotta go back to, I gotta go back down to the store, I guess. I thought that was a placeable. Like the pressure washer. The pressure washer you can buy in the store or in the construction menu, but I guess I gotta buy that in the store. Okay, that's going to be miscellaneous, I would think. But which miscellaneous? Is it a hand tool? No. Is it here? There it is. Well, alright, back into the Deutz. And we'll get the flatbed, the dolly trailer. That's what I want to say. Go get our toolbox. I mean, I could have just drove the combine down and repaired it at the store down there. Wow, this is not going that well now, is it? You just got attached to that. That's all you got to do. Thank you. Can you buy stones from Omatana's huts? I think you can buy stones from there. Trying to think if I have done... Well, the only place I've had the cement production was on Riverbend, and I was using the spawn point of stones there. I mean, Omatana's hut, I'm pretty sure I can buy stones from there. I mean, her mods are pretty much gamer friendly, if you will. I think you missed the fishing part of the video. That towards the end of the video, you raise smaller fish, take them out to the agriculture, and to get bigger fish by fishing with nets. Well, technically what he said was, and the way I heard it, again, I only saw it once, so I may have maybe misremembering, or maybe I misheard it myself. He said you bring the fish down because at that point they're big enough to where they can't go through the nets. He didn't really say that we fish with nets. He was just saying you bring the fish down to the lake because now the fish are big enough where they can't go through the nets. I mean, he may have said then you fish with nets and I missed it. But from what I remember hearing was you bring them down because now the fish are too big to go through the nets. He didn't say we fish them with nets. To me, if that's the way it is, that's stupid. The way the production will work. And the reason why I say it's stupid is because technically you got the big fish in the boxes that you're releasing into the lake. So you already have them captured. why would you release them to the lake to catch them just to recapture them in a net, other than just for playing and having fun with it? Unless the fish actually get bigger, you know, we'll have to see what they say during FarmCon. I'll try to have another look at the video later on. By the time I probably get a chance to look at the video again, they'll probably have released some information about more of the production itself. Since when did you have to go to the store to buy the toolbox that you could place it anywhere? In FS22, we could buy the toolbox in Constructibles and put it down. But in FS25, see, I think this is where I'm getting mixed up. In FS25, I guess we can only buy it at the store. And now thinking about it, I think every time I end up going to the store and doing exactly what I'm doing here with the same dolly trailer to get the toolbox and bring it back to the farm. So, yeah, I think it's FS22 where we could buy the toolbox in Constructibles. I always forget which way this has got to face. So I think it's got to face like so. Yeah, so it is facing the correct way. But I want to face it this way, so the trigger for the repair area is right here. Now, how much of a repair bill is this going to be? Because this combine should cost like almost 800 grand. So this could be quite an expensive repair. $23,793. Alright, but it is repaired. And you want to hitch up to that, or do I get a better angle? I guess I gotta get a better angle at that. You also get to see the fish swimming in the tanks. It did look a little bit better than the fish farm that we were using on the Dark Forest. That mod there shows the fish swimming in the tank, but their fish look a little bit better. I wonder if they're also, with the onions that are coming out, if they're going to add some kind of production for the onions, like a cooking recipe of something. Alright, the question is my straw swath on? It is. So millet, do I get straw or not? No, I do not. Let me just try it again. Alright, so no straw from millet. You can also fish from the shore with a fishing pole. I didn't see that in the video, but I think you mentioned something about a blog, so maybe the blog says more, because I don't remember seeing that in the video. Again, I got done streaming yesterday, and I had to do some other stuff, and by the time I got back to the PC last night, I almost kind of forgot to watch the video on what they released yesterday for information. So like I said, I kind of was listening to the video as I was doing some other things. And only got to watch it once. Welcome back, Skender. What did you miss? Nothing much. Sold some more lettuce so I could pay the bills. That's about it. I mean, all we've really done today so far is gone from April to August, and we weeded a field. Well, the millet seems to be yielding decently. With the soil that we have where we're harvesting, the yield is around 80-90%, so that's not too bad. Well, I should be able to do the headland with no problem, because I'm only 40% full. So millet is kind of like sorghum, which makes sense. So the straw that I get from the oat field, I still got tons of straw left over from last season. The horses aren't going through the straw at all, so we'll probably start selling some of that straw. I mean, straw's not worth a lot, but it is money coming on in. And also we got plenty of oats from the previous year as well. So we'll probably sell some oats. I think what we'll do also today, seeing that the horses are, the value of the horses is going up higher and higher, and we still got a ways to go before they're mature enough to sell, I think we'll get 8 more horses and just fill up the stable. I don't think I'm going to go the route of letting the horses have offspring, only because it's going to take a while for them to be adult horses to begin with, and then we're going to have to wait probably another 8 or 9 months before they have offspring, and the value may start to decrease. So while I'm waiting forever for that value, the horses that have offspring, it's probably just better just to buy them, because they're only like $200 a piece. They'll probably add onions to preserve food factory and canning factory. That factory right there, the canning production or preserve food, depending on where they want to put it, those productions there have so many things that you can do in them that they're pretty much worth getting if you're going to be on a farm for a while. happen to know what the name of the lock for the fishing? Again, and Branding may know more about it than I do at this point, because it looks like he's probably read the post and maybe watched the video more intent than I did. But I thought they were saying the name of the map is like Lake Ken, or I don't know if he was saying Lincoln. I don't know, but I thought he was saying Lake Ken or Lake Kent. So I'm not sure if that's the thing. Alright, so the Ford is pretty much on grain duty. Can I see the value of the millet? It doesn't even show on my list yet. Horse's max price is 1 month before offspring. How long does it take a horse to have offspring? Once they become an adult, of course. Because right now my horses are just they're only 54% becoming an adult. So I got like another year before they're full grown. And I'd rather just get the process started on the other 8 horses growing up. Skender, just keep in mind, I'm asking about the game, not real life, so I hope it's not 16 months in-game for a horse to have offspring once it becomes an adult. Because that means it's going to be 4 years before I see an offspring out of these horses. For some reason I thought it said, I'll just double check once I get done harvesting this field, but I want to say it said 8 months or something, didn't it? Did it not say where I can buy the, where I buy the horses at the stable? Doesn't it say like they can have offspring in like 8 months? Which would kind of make, that might be a good number, because like Skender is saying 16 months, and I think he was referring to real life, so maybe they just cut the time frame in half to 8 months. The name of the lock, Bob, is probably going to be a fictional name. Giants is not going to... They don't really use real locations for trademark or copyright reasons, unless they got a license for someone to use it. But Giants is not going to use like real names and such. In real life, horse gestation period is 11 months. And hello, Jill. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Alright, that's our millet harvested. So millet is kind of like on the sorghum side of things, which makes sense. I used to have birds, pet birds, and millet sorghum looked pretty much the same when I used to feed it to them, so that does make sense. While that's unloading, let me get my fat butt between there. Let's come up to here and see. I thought it said so in the description when buying horses. No, wait, where do I buy horses? Other side. Does it say? Oh, they're 500. I thought they were 200 a piece. Horses can be sold for a profit. Horses like hay, blah, 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 blah. They need to be ridden daily, which we got. Animals that are healthy and older than 22 months can reproduce. So it's going to take them 22 months to become an adult. So it doesn't say how many months actually it takes for them to reproduce in game. Oh, right there. Sorry, gestation period, 11 months. Right up there it says so. So, yeah, 11 months. So basically, it would take 3 years to basically go through a cycle on the horses. But while we're here, we're going to go ahead and wait, I want one to go in. There we go. Yes, yes. Pinto. A bay. Black, seal brown, and a done. And then I'm done. All right, we got a full pen. A full stable, I should say. Yeah, so it's too bad there's not actually colts in the game, young horses. I wonder why there's no... Why on the horses they didn't do that. They did it with the chickens, the sheep, goats, cows, water buffalo. Yeah, I wonder why they don't have colts. Alright, so the millet harvest is done. Like I said, I do want to plant poppy. The problem with poppy is how late in the year you plant it. It's June, July. So until I probably get my own drill, because I don't want to lease it just to plant poppy, we'll have to wait. But there's other crop types on this map that we haven't tried yet. Although we kind of done mustard, alfalfa, rye. So I think rye would be the next one. So we're going to be getting just a little over 18,000 liters of millet. Let's go put this in our silo and just wait for the best time of year to sell millet. Got some horses cooling off in the pond. Yeah, so I think... Well, I don't know. It's kind of hard because... I think it was Nesco says that well, someone said their best value is 1 month before they give offspring. So we got a long ways to go before we sell any horses. A long way to go before we sell horses. Well, time-wise, we're going through the months pretty quick. I mean, this is only the 3rd stream. We're already in... I've already played a full year. Alright, so millet. What is the millet worth? Alright, so I got about $9,600 worth of millet. It does sound a little bit depressing in some ways, because usually we take a crop and make it into something so we earn more money. But since I don't have anything to do with the millet, that's what we have. Can't feed barley to horses in the game. Horses only take oats, sorghum, hay for food, basically. I can't remember now when I did the pre-release videos of Farming Simulator 25. I can't remember if they had young horses models or not. Okay, well, unfold this, get ready that for a worker. And we'll go harvest the oats. Well, it could be a couple reasons why. You know, I never heard of people feeding barley to horses. I don't know why they wouldn't eat it either. But maybe what Giants is trying to do, they don't want it to be where you can just grow barley, where you can feed chickens and horses. They're trying to get you to probably have a variation on your farm. They kind of like force you to do so by needing different crop types for it. But ever since horses have been in the game for Giants, I have never seen a stable take barley to feed horses. Alright, some more oats. Let's go ahead and we'll jump in here. And we'll get one of the Franks to follow up behind us. So also our environmental score should be going up because we're harvesting, so it should be registering the nitrogen levels and such. How are we doing on our environmental score? We're up to 91. We're up to 91. Why is this one? That should have got up to 100% on pH and nitrogen. Because that's the only field in lot number 12. Oh well, now we're up to 91, so we got a 12% bonus when it comes to sales. A little bit of hail damage there. Yeah, so we're not getting a lot of cash for the millet, but you know what? It's fun to do different crop types and try it on out. And that's pretty much what we're here to do in New Hope. Just try some new things. Not really, I mean, I'm here to make some money, but I don't want to be like focusing on how can I make money. We know how to make money. We're just trying to earn money at a reasonable rate to where by year 4, you know, I don't have so much money piling and I don't know where to spend it. My neighbors used to have horses, and they fed them. The horses only liked oats. Well, they like carrots and apples. They really loved apples. Oh, well, the heck with it. It's already started. I should have put my baler, because we had so many bales. Actually, you know what? I'm going to switch that. Do I want to make bigger bales? Is that on 220s now, or 240s? I can't see. Get rid of the worker. Alright, it's on 240s. I'll leave it at 240, I guess. Flour and onion means onion bahis? I think over here we call those onion rings. I think in the States we would call that onion rings. I'm not too sure. Prefer a quiet moment with shore. Grab a pole. Whole new way of enjoying. So yeah, I mean, I guess we can fish from shore according to the blog. Oh. Alright. Got the bug to where we can't see the crop inside of the combine. apparently the oats don't want to be shown inside of the combine. How much oats do I have still in stock? Oh no, never mind. I put all the oats in the horse stable, didn't I? 60... Well, no, sorry. I got 46,000 liters of oats in there. We'll put these oats in the silo. And we'll see what I want to do with them. Wonder how much a fishing pole will be. And can we dig for worms, or are we just going to buy fish bait? Or are we fishing with a lure? And do you have to stock the harbor with fish before you can fish off the pier? All these questions about the fishing, not much, so much on the onions and the Highland cattle. I mean, the onions are pretty self-explanatory. And the cattle, is just a matter of, are we going to be able to make fabric with their hair? Or is it going to be just maybe a little bit of milk? I'm thinking it's going to be more on the fabric side. And it'll add more to the spinnery. So instead of making fabric, maybe instead of making fabric, it'll make yarn. And then maybe the yarn will be made into sweaters. But Giants may simplify it. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Drenched in some kind of batter mix. It's disgusting. Onion rings are great. You put beer in yours. That always makes it good too. As Branding types in about the release of the DLC in November, full of bugs. We still got the bug to where... I haven't had this in a while, though. But it still happens. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner, my combine technically is 70% full of crop. And yet, looking in the combine, there's nothing there. Visually, there's nothing there, but it is there. Oh, this hill is rather steep, even for a combine with this much horsepower. May have to look into a, I got the mowers, I just did not get the swather option on it. I think that'll cost me 20 grand. And then I would just need a wrapper to wrap the grass bales. Yeah, well, I may have to start looking into, because we got, like I said, we got a lot of meadow grass, and I don't need it for the horses. I mean, I do need the meadow grass for the horses, but I got plenty of hay bales. They're just not going through it. I'll have to start wrapping up some meadow grass and make silage bales. Oh, not paying attention. Oh, my worker's going to go nuts in a little bit here. All right, we'll have to dismiss the worker, because now they're not their fault, because I wasn't paying attention. I think it's Omatana silo. When I don't use that silo, I don't get the bug. But that could be my guess. Well, a lot of people have still complained about, if you're talking about the no grain in the combine showing, a lot of people on the forums have talked about it, but Omatana silos are pretty popular. So it could be that many people use them, and that could be the bug. I have no idea. Alright, let's back the grain trailer in. Am I too close or not far enough back? Nope. It was there for a second. There. No crop was harmed during this unload. So the rye. We did millet. Is rye planted in the springtime? Yes, rye is planted in the spring as well. So I don't think there's anything I'm going to be planting in the fall. I may not plant oats next year because I'll have plenty of oats. So maybe I'll do mustard just to see if it's different on this map. I'm guessing it's going to be the same as it was on Penye. Wait, it says this field needs lime. Did I not spread lime on the field last year? Why does it say it needs lime, but you look at the pH for precision farming, it says it's perfect? Oh no, that straw bale is stuck underneath. Yeah, I'm not sure why it says the field needs lime when the lime says it's perfect. Maybe that bale will spit out when it takes a corner. We'll have to double check. When I get to the end of this row, I'm going to double check precision farming on the PDA to see if it's registering the lime on the score chart. I don't see the bale underneath the baler anymore, so it must have spit out somewhere. Got unstuck. Again, I think these straw bales will probably go ahead and just sell them. I got plenty in stock. I hope it's registering the lime here. All right, this field's at 99% score, so it's registering the lime. Yeah, see here it just says where I haven't harvested yet, it just needed rolling. But then I come over here, it says it needs lime. I shouldn't be getting that notification. pH value is good. Of course, nitrogen is terrible because we just harvested. At least we had we have pretty good weather for harvesting today. Pure sun and nothing else in the forecast but sun. So we'll see how much it is to upgrade my mowers to have it to where it can windrow the grass that we cut. How much would it be to lease the bale wrapper? And it's going to be Farmer G's bale wrapper. And if I just lease it as is, $2,600 to lease it. Okay, so that's pretty cheap. But I'm not going to have the money to upgrade the mowers this month. So we're going to have to let the lettuce do what it does. Hello, FS Farmer. Welcome. Hope you're having a good middle of your week. Appreciate you dropping on in for a little bit of farming today on New Hope. Actually, I need to unload the combine before I get too involved in harvesting again. And while the combine's unloading, I'm going to go fill up my glass of water because, as I mentioned earlier, for some reason today, I'm extremely thirsty. Alright, looks like we got ourselves a full trailer of oats. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to finish the rest of this field before I need to unload again. You looked at Sunshine, which I could have played, but you're stuck with Pete, which I don't want. Then this map, etc., came up. Yeah, the maps that get the peat on it, it doesn't look like you can get rid of it. And for what little bit I saw of the peat, for how fast you can harvest the peat, I'm trying to figure out why you need that much of it on a map. So I think last year I got about 50,000 liters of oats off this field. And now that, you know, it's properly limed and fertilized, it looks like we're going to be getting a lot more, which of course you would hope. But so far, I'm liking this map, New Hope. If you're looking to just have an open, if you just want open area, there is the forest. If you want to do forestry on this map, you're probably going to want to plant your own trees. But other than that, this map is pretty well open. It gives you a lot of good opportunities to expand on a farm right away without having to clear out trees like I did on Dark Forest. This is the 16-meter wide header in the MacDon pack that we're using. 3 meters shy of the largest. You can't get rid of it, make silly money. Shame it can't be removed. As for the peat, I don't mind that it can't be removed, but the map that someone pointed out to me that I should have a look at, why was there so much of it on there? I forgot the name of the map. Tiffany, something like that? I have no idea what the name of the map was. And I saw the amount of peat on the map. I was like, why so much of it when you can just harvest it like over and over and over again? And then when I saw how much money it makes, I'm like, nah, I completely lost interest in that kind of a thing. Hello, Anita. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Time to persuade Alien Jim to make a 4 times No Man's Base 2 bus with Rust nowadays. Yeah, that's last time I talked to Alien Jim. He was it sounded like he was having way too much fun with that one. Can you join me? This is not a multiplayer server. And I wouldn't play with just random people either. I would make sure the people I would play with as I'm streaming are people I've known for a while and wouldn't just come in just to be one of those type. I'm not saying you're one of those people, but be one of those people that would just drive through crop and start ramming into people. And I was about to say a few things, what you just said there, branding, but I tried to keep this a PG-13 channel and stream, so I'll just, I won't say a word. This side of the field is yielding very good on the oats. DLC looks cool on top of the map now. The map looks good. I would say in the order I'm excited about the deal. I wouldn't say I'm excited about it yet because it's so far away still. I like the looks of what we saw a little bit of the map so far. Then I would have interest in the cattle. Then the fishing. Then the onions. I guess I gotta see exactly how the fishing is implemented into the game. But right now I'm not that interested on it. Because the beginning part that I saw in the video yesterday, it's nothing more than a production that I kind of did on Dark Forest, and that mod's been out. Where you just feed fish, grow fish, and then you get fish in a container. And with the mod we currently got, of course, we just sell it. And apparently with this production line we're going to be doing, you put it into the lake and then fish them again. I don't know. I have to see more about it. Fishing could open up a whole new batch of mods. Well, in some way those mods, the fishing mods have been out there for a while, and Giants is just adding more to it, which may give modders ideas. But it does seem like a lot of the ideas that Giants had brought to the game have been nothing but mods beforehand to begin with. I mean, production chains have been mods since way back in FS15. Seasons was a mod before it got put into the game. Precision Farming was a mod before it got put into the game. So yes, the modding community has what made the game what it is today, really. Of course, some of those people who made those mods now do work for Giants. Yeah, constructibles in some sense. But in the end, the benefit of all this is the community, the players. Also, I think Giants is showing off at FarmCon The racing game. I guess the racing game that they're involved with will be coming out this fall. I know there's a couple of people in here that like to do some racing. But yeah, I think they're going to release a video at FarmCon about, I forgot the name of the game that Giants is involved with. But yeah, keep your eye open for that as well. I don't know if I'll get... I used to do racing, not in the channel, but I used to do some racing back in my younger days. So it might be something I'll look at. Since I am a partner with Giants, maybe I'll get... who knows, maybe I'll get some information on it further on down the road, I don't know. This oat harvest is doing pretty good this year. I think we got enough oats for the horses for a while. Play Forenza Motorsport, Panther. Well, Giants is going to be releasing a racing game this fall. I remember them announcing it like maybe a year ago that they were involved with it, but I guess the game comes out this fall. Don't know exactly what it's going to be. Have you used the raid function? When I first started streaming, I tried to raid a few people, but a lot of the times when I end my streams, a lot of people that I'm either sub to or follow or whatever, they're not streaming, so I pretty much stopped looking to raid after a stream. I forgot what YouTube calls it. It's not... They don't call it a raid. I forgot what they call it. Took me a few seconds to figure out where you were going with that. I'm like, raid? What am I missing in the game? I missed a mod somewhere. Alright, I'm not going to get this entire strip perfectly. You really don't like this John Deere. Well, that's why I got it. Oh, nope. I hate when the bug happens where the grain is not showing in the combine, because I just kept, I kind of forgot it's not showing the grain. I kept looking at the combine going, no, we're not even full yet. Oh, redirect. Yeah, that's what YouTube calls it. Again, the John Deere Combine, that was just kind of we logged into New Hope. I started buying stuff that I needed for the farm, and I went, oh, let me look at the sales page. And there was a John Deere 9X for like 60% off. So on day one, how do you not buy a combine that's 60% off? And that's a lot when a combine sells for just shy of 800,000. Game is called Project Racing. It's coming out on June 24th. Man, I must have been not paying too much attention to that video yesterday. I thought they said coming this fall. Well, this is the end of the harvest for oats. So it should be out now. Yeah, I think that release date may not be correct, because they're kind of promoting it at FarmCon a little bit. It's kind of like Farmer's Dynasty. I think Farmer's Dynasty was supposed to be out like 7 months ago. And the developers on Farmer's Dynasty have pretty much not said anything of what's going on there, other than, oh yeah, we're working on it, we'll let you know. How we went from it's close to being released to absolutely crickets on that game is beyond me. Lift that up, fold it on up. I said fold it on up. Alright, first thing we'll get off the field is the oats. We'll put that into storage. I probably should have upped the size of the bales. Those are 240 bales, but I'm using Farmer G's selectable bale mod. And I probably should up the size, and we could have reduced the amount of bales and only had like a quarter of what's showing here. I'm sure straw is not worth a darn right now. So I think I got about 15,000 more liters of oats off the field this year. All right, let's get into the combine. Bring this back to the, I guess now the current farmyard, because I think it's going to be a while before I get the actual farmyard going. Boy, this thing is going through the fuel too. So basically, I've harvested this field twice, and the millet field that we just did a little while ago. That's all I've done with this combine. I've gone through half a tank of fuel. Can you have bees on this map? You can have bees on any map. But it's one of those things, for some reason, they decided to reduce the price and everything on the bee side. It's almost like they're not really worth doing too much. I did have bees on fresh stocks, but I needed the honey for making some ice cream. And they do help you a little bit with some yield on the fields, but the range that the bees cover is not that great. But yeah, you should be able to have bees on any map. It's a base game. I think they're classified as animals in the base game. Alright, the Ford, we'll just turn that off with the trailer there. The Deutz we're going to bring back, park up the baler, we're going to grab the bale trailer. And yeah, I'm going to sell the bales and see how much money we get. And see if it's enough to maybe upgrade our mowers. And then also get the bale wrapper so we can get some silage bales going, because I don't need any hay. Hello, Crystal. They also limit them to produce in the winter. Oh, they don't. Well, I think what she said there was they don't allow them to produce honey in the winter anymore, and it's a very slow process now. Let's see, the baler, I guess I'll leave that out, because if I do earn enough from straw, we might be cutting this meadow grass over here and making some silage bales. Yeah, bees increase the yield of canola, potatoes, and sunflowers. But the radius they cover... even this field here, if I were to put a beehive here, the bees would not cover the other side of the field. So you pretty much got to put beehives all around a field this size to kind of cover most of it. I think it's a 5% increase in yield. So, I mean, it's not bad, but it's also not spectacular either. But, I mean, if you want to have bees... don't think it matters on the beehive size, does it? The radius? Or did they change that? So I don't know if you just want to get the 5% on a field. If you put like these all around, I don't know if they all cover a 150 meter radius or not. The bigger beehive just means the more honey you're going to get out of it. But I don't know if the size of the beehive limits the radius it covers. Well, in FS22, I don't think the size of the hive mattered for the radius it covered. In 25, it may be that way, but I think in 22 it did not matter. It was a 150 meter wide radius. The next time I do straw in a field like this size, we're going to have to take Farmer G's baler and just increase the capacity of the bales. I'm assuming the animal dealer is where I got to go to sell the bales, but we'll check. So overall, my environmental score is up to 99. And I'm getting the max 15% bonus. How nice. Straw, $34. Best price is $49, but it's the middle of summer, so it's kind of expected. Animal dealer. Well, all the stores are down. Well, we know where all the stores are, so we'll just go down there. We'll find the animal dealer by driving around. I think I know where the animals are, but I don't know where the sell point is for the bales. I mean, we got a lot of liters of straw here. I think they're, what, 9,000 liters for a bale? Yep, so this is where everything is, at least for selling stuff. And no, I'm not putting down a little farmer market or a little market, get another 20% bonus on that. We're just selling at the regular stores. So this should be the sell point. It's like the same one as on Riverbend Springs. So this should be the sell point for bales. Kind of the same amount of money I was getting on Riverbend Springs when I used to sell bales there. So how much is it going to be? I can actually just grabbing my mowers. Mowers. There we go. And if I go to here, that's the front mower. I need the butterfly mower. To add those, it is 15,000, and they're called collectors, I guess, not windrowers. So I need 15,000 upgrade that set of mowers. So 15,000 along with 3,000 to lease the wrapper. So yeah, I basically need 20 grand, and I think we got that. I mean, I don't have it yet, but I will have it after selling some of these bales. So we'll sell these bales, upgrade my mower, and we'll lease the wrapper. And we'll cut the meadow grass, and we get what we get. Smallest hive does 25, and the large one is 150. So, because wasn't it in 22 we only had? Was there only one set of hives in 22? I think by the time I started using hives in 22, I was using a mod. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. I think that was on East Vineland where I did the bees. So load up the all the bales here. Now technically I could use the dolly trailer that I got. That is a autoloader, but the only place I'm trying to use the autoloader is for the lettuce. Trying to stick with being more realistic on this series as much as we can, like keeping the quality of the viewing pleasure there as well. I don't want to be sitting there loading up loads of lettuce and having you watch me fumble around with that, because I'll probably knock pallets off, they'll fall off, all that kind of fun stuff. So we know we're getting roughly about 4,600 per trailer load of bales. So I'm going to have this trailer load. Definitely got enough for another trailer load and maybe a third one after that. That'll get us around 20 grand. So that's enough money to do what we need to do. This is why the Deutz was kind of a good choice of tractor to have as a starting tractor. Well, I don't think I'll ever get rid of the Deutz 8. Decent horsepower at 287, plus a top speed of 39 miles an hour, so going back and forth doesn't take too long. And it's been a moment since I had a Deutz on a farm. We'll go give, her name's Katie, right? Katie is the one at the animal dealer. Go sell her some straw bales. If only I could make roads like this in Roadcraft. I mean, you can make roads like this in Roadcraft. I wish I could make them this good in Roadcraft. You would use a forklift more if this had some snapping to assist loading. Well, what I would probably do myself is, after I get a few pallets on a trailer, I would definitely strap them in. The part that gets me a little bit is sometimes the forks don't come off the pallets too well. I mean, it's better than it has been in the past doing that. But it's fiddling with trying to get the pallet forks off the pallet sometimes. I think we've all been there loading up pallets, and you got a pallet stuck on the pallet forks, and you got the pallets like at a 90-degree angle. And you would think, that would just slide right off, right? Because what's holding it? And the pallet just sits there. And you got to jiggle with it, you got to flip it, and finally the pallet will somehow slide off. Well, definitely got about 2 more trips here of bales. And yes, I made the road maybe a little bit wider than it needed to be, but at the time when I was putting the road in, we were high in the sky, and the road didn't look like it was that big. Got some deer running across the field. The deer are probably eating whatever oats may have fallen off that the harvester didn't grab. It's not what they're really doing. They're just running around. Love loading, unloading trucks with a forklift from real life. Farm Sim has worked to make it fun here. I've seen some people, I think I mentioned last time I played Farm Sim, about the only one I watch now when I do get a chance to watch on YouTube is Chainsaw. And he does some pretty good work with a forklift. But it's one of those things, I think he always uses a forklift loading up bales, pallets. He does it all the time, so he's gotten used to the way the game is, and he's pretty darn good at it. And I don't mind using, like, a telehandler and all that to load up stuff, but once you start to get a whole lot of pallets and such, like I did in Riverbend Springs, it got to the point of like, yeah, it's time to switch to autoloader or using super strength. Because sometimes I was at the sawmill for like 45 minutes loading up all those pallets. Hello, Jim. Hope you've been well. Hope you're having a good Wednesday so far. Chase the deer. I think the deer are a little bit faster, more agile than the Deutzfahr. I mean, I'm okay with the forklift and telehandler. It's a matter of sometimes it's trying to get the pallets off the pallet forks I have issues with. And that's when the mess starts to happen, when you're trying to make sure the pallets are on the trailer and you're trying to drag the pallet forks off. I start knocking things around. Need to fix up. There's like a bump here. Every time I come here, I hit a bump. Or just take the corner a little bit slower like that, and I'm good. But I need to smooth that out a little bit more, I think. All right, one more trip to grab some more straw bales. I think the bale loader you're thinking of is for round bales. So if we go to... Oh, here we go. This holds... How many does it hold? That holds 24 bales, but that's for round bales. Square bales, doesn't matter if you use a modded one, like Farmer G's or whatever, 14 bales, but round bales, it holds 24. Where the measuring mod comes in handy. Just go out 75 meters each side of the beehive. I mean, it sounds like a great distance, but if you're running a decent sized farm, and then if you want to take advantage of it, you got to keep planting those 3 crop types in those fields to benefit. And I don't think most people are going to do potatoes. They're either going to do canola or sunflower, and probably more likely canola. But if you got the mill for oil, you can make a lot of canola oil. So I was hoping to have 20 grand, and we got that. So we'll be able to upgrade our mowers to have the collector, as they call it. And then we can also lease the wrapper for making silage bales. So the fields don't need any off-season work. The cornfield will, when we get to harvesting that. That'll need to be plowed. But as for the millet field and this field here, we put lime down in it last year. And of course we fertilize as we plant, so they're good to go. Can bees work off an open garden? If you're talking like Omatana's garden, I think that'll be something that she would have to put into the line of code. I don't think it would work just because... I'm going to say no, it doesn't work. The reason why I'm going to say it doesn't work is because it's a production building and it shows you the inputs and outputs. So being a production building and the XML files, she would have had to put, like where it says recipe, the bees would have to be part of the recipe to get more. Selling bales so I can make bales. Go figure. Now the only thing I don't know is how the... First off, is the baler... I'm not sure the baler is going to work on the Ford. I don't think the Ford has a PTO shaft on it. So basically what I'm thinking about, it's going to have to be the Deutz that does the mowers because the Ford does not have a 3-point link on the front. So the Ford would have to do the baling behind me. I think it's going to also might just come down to me having to use the Deutz to mow, bale, and then wrap. Alright, let's go back to the farm. Too bad I can't... I mean, I can lease the wrapper now, but there's no way I can bring it back. While I'm here, I will top off with fuel. Because I thought about it. So as I'm going by... So I guess as that's doing that, the wrapper, yes, yes, just keep it all the same, and lease. Hopefully I read that correct, because it was $15,000 to upgrade the mowers. If I made a mistake, then I just leased that for nothing. You can make some serious cash off canola fields if you use precision farming for the environmental score and use bees around the field. I mean, you can make... I'm not sure if it's serious cash. Like I said, the bees are... it is a 5% increase, I do believe, having bees around the canola field for the area that they can reach. But just remember, you're also going to need a field that's got good soil. Time to go back to work. Have a great day, everyone. Well, thanks for stopping in, Jim. Appreciate you being here. Try to enjoy the rest of your Wednesday, and hopefully you got the you have maybe a long weekend coming up with the 4th of July being here. A few episodes ago, you made a comment about a YouTuber you watched. What was his name again? Don't know if you remember saying that. Well, I just actually talked about it. So either he just showed up a minute too late, whatever. But Chainsaw 100. Because his gameplay, his game style is a little bit like mine. Other than the fact that he doesn't use the auto-loading stuff. He's a lot more realistic than I am. So he does a lot of the like loading up with pallet forks or, you know, front loaders and telehandlers. Alright, let's go ahead and move the lime spreader. If it's like rolling, etc., precision farming nerfs the bee bonus as well. Yeah, that I don't know. If I'm having bees in my farm, it's only because I want the honey. And I will try to put the proper crop around the beehives just to get the extra bonus. But I'm not going to go out of my way to do so. Alright, gotta drive through this section right here because I want to upgrade the mowers. Or the mower, just the back one. Customize. Yeah, just want the collector for 15,000. Alright, so the question I do have... Yeah, it just has hydraulics in a pin. I do not see a PTO shaft on here. Now, there's no PTO shaft there that I can see, but that doesn't mean that the baler will not work on the back of this tractor. Bees do not affect precision farming. It's a total different benefit. Is that what you heard from Giants? Because rolling technically is a different benefit, but rolling with precision farming, you don't get the same bonus as you do with base game. So bees might be the same way. So like, for example, I'm not sure it'll show it up over here. Because rolling with the base game should give you 2.5% increase in yield. Why is my pH value bad there? I gotta find where my pH value is. good or perfect. Oh, wait. It was there for a second. So without mulching and without rolling, which should add up to 5% in the base game, you can see my expected yield is 122 out of 125. In the base game, if I had mulched and rolled, that would have been a total of 5%. That would exceed the yield potential in precision farming. So with precision farming and rolling and mulching, the percentage is different than what the base game is. So the question then does come into the effect of, are the bees affected by precision farming? But I mean, if you're just talking base game, then that point is all moot. All right, let's see if this will work without a PTO shaft on the back. I have seen this work before, so... yeah, it'll work. Who needs the PTO, I guess? Alright, so, I mean... yeah, not realistic, but here we are. Now the question is, can the Ford, because it's a manual gearbox, can the Ford, is that going to keep shifting and not be able to keep up with the mower? Lower. Also, Control Y to put the collectors on. Alright, I'm not going to get anywhere near the top speed, so maybe the Ford will keep up. If it doesn't, I'll have to stop once in a while. Also, I noticed where I put the short meadow grass, that's not growing the full height. I'm too concerned about it. And I think it looks better as short meadow grass anyways. Plowing, though, is not nerf. Time for a test. It seems like that's the only way we can find out things on Farming Simulator is a test for ourselves. Sounds like the Ford is getting further off in the distance, but he's still back there. Oh, I don't have access here. I thought I owned up to the trees. Oh, I should have changed the baler size. Yeah, well, I already started with 240s, so... So right now we're just cutting meadow grass just to get some silage bales. Alright, FS Farmer, thanks for dropping on in for a little bit of farming today. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. Yeah, the manual gearbox in that Ford is just kind of... I mean, it's got the horsepower. It's got 100, well, 80 more horsepower than this Deutz does. The issue is manual gearbox is taking the worker time to shift gears. It also looks like we're not getting many. Well, we got 1, 2, 3 bales right now. Which is not a whole lot. I mean, I guess I can go around and just start cutting all the meadow grass that we have everywhere. I'm not going to get $20,000 worth of silage off of this meadow grass here, I don't think, to get my money back. But over the long run, because now that we got the mower, we'll just need the wrapper at some point. So at least we don't have to look at the Ford while it's baling without the PTO shaft attached. Just ignore that you saw that. It's funny that through all the years in Farming Simulator that still works. I think we're getting a decent amount of bales. I gotta let the Ford catch up. If I get too far ahead of the worker, that might get lost. What is a 240 bale? 9,000? Oh, only 6,500. I thought grass bales were 9,000 on 240s. I just got to double check a different bale just to be sure. Alright, so they're a lot less than I thought they were. It might be straw that's 9,000. Is a hay bale? I thought a hay bale was 7. Is a hay bale 7? A hay bale is 7,250. Straw bale is 9. Alright. Well, it is what it is. I do love the sound of that Ford tractor, though. It does, the engine and the way it sounds going through the gears does sound really good in the game. But any manual gearbox in the game, a lot of players just don't prefer them too much because they take a while to get going. And if you're turning around a lot, it's constantly just going from one gear to another. Alright, bales are starting to pile up, so I feel like we'll do okay when it comes time to sell the silage, which will be, since it's August, it'll be September, October, November by the time these will be ready. So some winter cash coming on in. And I assume the price of silage here is like everywhere else. Price of silage is going to be pretty much the same throughout the entire year. So it sounds like we got to wait until December to sell it like we used to in 22. I do want to get to silage on this map, but not this way. I want to do it with corn. We use it as maize, put into a bunker, compact it, and sell it that way. But of course that means not just planting corn, but I would need a forage harvester. Of course I would need the header for it. I would need a silo bunker and a forage wagon. Or any kind of trailer that will take chaff. But just like Roadcraft, I got a passenger now. Roadcraft, I got a boulder that's on my dozer, and now I got a bale that's coming along with the ride. Slowing me up a bit, but that's okay because the Ford tractor, we're waiting on that a little bit. Although the bale is starting to cause problems with my mower, so we'll have to drag it across. Let me go ahead and just pop it over here. I don't want the Ford running into it. So I'm not going to be making silage bales that much. We'll do it every now and then. It's not like I'm going to do it every time the meadow grass is ready over here. I don't want to get it to be a grass cutting series. Once the Ford is humming along in a gear, it's fine. It's probably killing it a little bit when I'm taking the corners, or it's taking the corners, and it's probably going through the gearbox a little bit more. It's too bad that these won't be ready before the corn is, because I am going to have to lease the corn header. I'm not going to be able to afford a corn header this year. Alright, so yeah, the bales did pile up. That's looking good. I mean, I could go around all the fields that we have with the meadow grass and just try to get the max I can out of it, but I think we're doing fine there. This mower turns when you... I've had this mower a few times in 22 and in 25 now, and just that when you back up with it, it turns really fast. Let's jump on in. And we'll spit out the bale that's in there as well. Let's see. I'm going to need the bale trailer. Well, I don't need it now. I'm not going to need it for another 3 months, because the bales we can just keep right where they're at. So we'll park this right here. Ford belongs in a museum. No, it belongs here on my farm. That's where it belongs. So if you did miss earlier today, we do now have a full stable of horses. We just had 8, but now we got all 16. Because getting to the second harvest season, we kind of saw how much food they went through, and not a whole lot. So we had easily enough food to feed 16 horses from day one. But now with the second harvest of oats, and of course hay we can always get. Got plenty of straw, they're not going through that as much. We're doing just fine. Oh, that does remind me, I gotta double check the greenhouses on manure. Well, crap. Manure, yeah. I wonder if they may have run out of manure, and that's going to be very important for us to get manure back into those. So I have leased the wrapper, and this is going to be Farmer G's wrapper, so it's going to wrap these things pretty darn quick. And then that is us done with the month of, almost in October. It's like the third time today I've said October. I'm not even anywhere near, well, we're getting closer to October. I said October when it was April. But we're almost done with the month of August. So what little cash I got, if I need manure, we're going to buy it and get it to the greenhouse, because that's... I may actually have enough to get a full trailer. Because manure is not that expensive. The horses do have some manure. But obviously they're not producing the amount that we need. And let's see, I think it's wide to put on the automatic drop. So this should wrap, I think, 3 times as fast as a standard wrapper. Is not wide to, no, sorry, I think it's, is it Z to drop? Z is automatic drop. There we go, that's better. And yeah, no more bale launching either. Not that I would want to launch these, because I have to go find them because they're my bales. Don't know how much these are going to be worth in 3 months, but if I think I'll get my 20,000 back on the first go, which would be great. I'm guessing the price is going to be 121, 120 for silage. It's probably the going price on hard economy. Yeah, 120, give or take, by $1 or $2. Oh yeah, so the question is, did my greenhouse... I'm guessing they ran out of manure. No, that one did not. Oh, they didn't. Oh, that's good. The small one, I should empty out the carrots and grow something else in there. The carrots we were growing for the horses, but you can see I got water manure. Right now everything's turned off. Let me go ahead and we'll activate... I guess we'll just activate parsnips, I guess. Might as well get some crop in there and have it earn us some money. And I can sell... I mean, I can feed the parsnips to the horses as well. I have no idea. When are like, parsnips good? I'm going to guess probably, well, you know. Yeah, surprise, surprise. December/January. But I think we'll buy some manure and we'll put it, one of the greenhouses was getting kind of low. Why not sell extra carrots? I mean, they're not worth that much. I mean, I am going to probably sell some of them. But I'm waiting for the peak time of year. And I'm trying not to put them into the silo. Because that's not what you really do. But then again, it's also not realistic to have... I forgot what that greenhouse holds. But there's 30,000 liters of carrots is sitting in the greenhouse too. So that's not realistic. But, I mean, I could just put the green carrots into the silo and keep making carrots. But we'll sell some of that stuff when December comes. I'll probably sell all the carrots that are in there because it doesn't take long for that greenhouse to make carrots. And it's not like the horses are going to need them. I mean, technically, I don't need to give carrots to the horses anyways because their health is always 100% without the carrots anyways. I just give them to them because why not? I don't know if they get more value to them. Now I could with this section over here. I could just, next time we get ourselves a drill to plant our fields, I could dig this up and just make it a grass field because a real grass field will give us a lot more than what meadow grass does. But again, if I plant a grass field over here, then I will feel like I need to cut the grass every time it's ready. If it's meadow grass, I can just look at it and go, ah, whatever. So I'm trying not to plant a grass field over here. Wonder if you can still bale fling, or is that stopped? They fixed that a long time ago. I still get comments once in a while where someone would say, oh no, it still works. It works all the time. I tried it on Penier after they fixed it many times. I can't get it to do it. So I think some people are just... I think some people are saying they can when they probably can't. I don't know. Yeah, so the wrapper, I'm done with that. Let me return that before I forget. And let's go buy... Let's spend every dollar I got left, and we'll put manure in there. Which greenhouse was the one that was kind of short on it? The first one. Is it really that? It's okay. It's cheaper than I knew it was cheap, but it was still cheaper than I thought it was. It's not even $1,000 for almost 50,000 liters of manure. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to top these off. So this will fill up this greenhouse. I think it holds 40,000. Are we okay on water? We're okay on water. That needs a little bit of water. And this one here, just shy of 30,000 liters. So let me fill up the trailer to 35,000 liters of manure. Because I don't want extra. It's not the money, I just don't want manure sitting in my trailer. Should take it all. The horses got manure I could put in here too, but they probably got like 6,000 or 7,000 liters. Oh, did I miscalculate on something? What? Oh no. Well, I mean, I don't need it again until I gotta harvest the corn. Oh, why did I say 35,000 liters? It was at 11. Should have been 25,000 liters because I'm a moron. All right, well. All right, if you're going to keep doing that, that's going to annoy me. It's nice that it does it, but I don't want it doing it right now. We got plenty of water here. There, that way will keep filling up. There we go. All right. Yeah, August, I think we're all set. So next year, this millet field is going to be rye. So now we've done millet. Millet looks kind of just like sorghum. We'll do rye. I'm guessing rye is going to probably maybe look like barley. Possibly. How much manure do you got here? Yeah, 7,000 liters. I don't know how much that holds. Are you guys doing fine still on hay and oats and carrots? Yeah, they're doing all fine there. I wonder if you dump the manure on the trigger after it's full, if it would fill it like the bales and pallets do. I don't think so. I don't think so, but That's just me guessing. Sam. We'll feed Sam. Oh, the one thing I don't think I've shown yet, maybe I did. Let's fast forward to nighttime, and with this horse stable, you'll see the light shining on the horse figure on the barn. And yes, this horse stable is on the mod hub. It got released maybe a week and a half ago. So we're just advancing the time here. And there's the light shining on the horse. And Sam finally got here to eat his dog food. I don't know where the heck he was, but he was a ways out. Yeah, put the chainsaw away. We are going to go to bed. Nothing to check here. And yeah, we'll be in the negative money. Slowly paying off that loan as we go. September. The corn should not be ready until October. Yeah, the horse logo does look like the Ferrari logo. Now that you mention it. Alright. Not much to really do here. I'll check the sale page. I don't know why. I don't got money. Oh, well, there's a bale wrapper, but not the one I would want. And we don't need that. Don't need that. Not much I could do about it. I don't think... Let me just see. Is there... Could I take out a loan? No, max loan is 0. The bank... I just owe too much money. I owe more money than what the farm is worth. I think it's 60% of what the farm is worth is what you can borrow with this mod. Somewhere that... Those stats are not probably 100% correct, but basically the way the advanced loan system works is it takes the value of the farm and you can borrow 60% on that. Alongside with this problem, I owe 2.8 million, well, almost 2.9 million still. So that's part of it. Yeah, all right, let's go ahead and... I'm not worried about selling the lettuce because the lettuce price is going to go up as each month passes now, as we get closer to February, so I don't need money or workers right now, so we'll just let the lettuce pile up. I will need money, though, for a corn header. Negative 42,000. Nice. All right, and the corn is ready today. Nothing. Why am I looking in the store page? Forced to habit. Well, how much are the original horses we got? The original horses we got now are worth 6,886. Again, we're using a mod that increases the sale price of horses. So instead of having the base game of 5,000, they are worth 6,886 currently. And they're only like 63% of the way of being an adult. So I'm guessing they'll be worth 10 grand. So it's like doubling the price. I think it's what they did. I guess if I wanted to, I could go in the XML file and increase the price even more. But that's... Again, originally when I was starting this series, I was happy with selling them at 5. We were just doing a horse farm just because. I don't think many people... I don't know how many YouTubers or streamers or whatever do horse farms, so I figured I would. And these bales should be like about 20% fermented at this point. 57%. Oh, I skipped. That's right. I skipped an extra month. Yeah. Again, we all know I'm a moron. Already forgot that. It has been 2 months. We kind of went right through September. Let me just fast forward time till the sun really comes on up here in October. Unless the weather is going to be bad later on. No, the weather's going to be good all day. So we'll get the sun up over the horizon. And allow the morning dew to come off the corn as well. Alright, we'll put it down to ×2. Because I do need to put this corn that we're going to be harvesting. I don't have it yet. But I do need to put it into a corn dryer to increase the value of the corn. We'll turn it into dry corn from corn, of course. Hopefully I got enough lettuce here. If not, I may have to look into maybe selling some carrots and parsnips. Or maybe have to go to November and sell the silage bales. Because not only do I need to get myself out of debt, I probably need like 5,000 to lease the corn header. I'm going to say I got 55,000 worth of lettuce here, though. Maybe not 55,000. Well, I hope it's 55. To the farmer's market. Now, one thing, the people of New Hope have been living off lettuce, because that's the only thing I'm selling is lettuce. Alright, so 44, well, about 45 plus 6, but yeah, that put us at 9,000. Let's go ahead and go to headers, corn headers. I do have a couple of modded ones. So the Capella is a 12 meter. So the John Deere one is 144,000. The Capella, which is a 12 meter wide one, yep, 125. Are you going to charge me for changing the color? No, you do not. So we'll change the color just the way it looks a little bit better. And then lease, how much is it? 6,375. Ouch. The reason why I say ouch is because now I don't have enough money to put down the corn dryer. That bridge is too narrow, kind of freaking you out when I pass it. It's wide enough. And with my driving skills, no worries. Yeah, the combine's been over that bridge. And you're about to see the combine go through the bridge. I don't have to go over the bridge. There's another access point I can go through. But the road's going over the bridge. Again, this is the road that I put in. The bridge was here by David, the map maker. So I said, well, the bridge is there. We might as well use it as a road. We might as well use it. Let's throw this up here. All right, let's get the combine, and it's going to take me a little bit longer to get down there than it does with the Deutz. But the only way to get the header back up to the farm is to, well, hitch up to the combine. Luckily, since we're renting it, technically I don't need to bring it back. We can just return it from here. So we'll see where we stand after I get done harvesting the corn. I think it's $3,500 for the corn dryer. And I don't need a worker, so I'm not going to have any worker fees. Well, no, you can't change XML files on a console. To work on an XML file, I need Notepad+, old Microsoft Word. There's a couple ways you can change XML files. Then, of course, you gotta save it and compress it into a zip folder. Yeah, you can't do that on console. Actually, this combine's got some pretty decent top speed. I mean, 26 is not bad for a combine. I mean, it's pretty good, actually. Of all places that has to spawn. Guess I'll just have to push it forward. I mean, I could just use super strength here, but I'm not that you want to in real life either. You know, drive a combine up to a rented header and have to push it around to be able to attach to it. Us PC users change XML files all the time. I actually had someone message me about 2 months ago, and I said something in a video or a stream or whatever, and they messaged me on Discord trying to get some help because they changed the XML file. Now the mod doesn't work. I'm like, I have no idea what you did. How am I supposed to fix it? So I pretty much told them, well, just delete the mod and re-download it off the mod hub. Or actually, the mod hub should almost tell you it needs to be updated. It'll update it back to the original version. Yeah, some people should not be doing XML files, or, you know, need to learn how to do it. Rested my hand on my side panel, and it started unfolding the corn header. So, of course, no straw from corn. The only proper equipment you bought was the oats. But then again, I'm biased, so stay silent. What's wrong with the Ford? I mean, I know you're trying to compare things to real life stuff, but what's wrong with the Ford tractor? The Ford tractor was a good tractor. Luckily, you haven't messed up yet. I think the first couple of mods I dabbled into back in FS17, I think is when I first started getting into it. I think the first mod I did, I butchered that one kind of, but then again, at least I knew enough, like, well, just re-download the mod and try it again. That corn stalk. Really? You got to go into the combine. Do I still got the glitch? Yeah, I still got the glitch. Alright, got to remind myself to not... I'm going to get so focused on the combine, not seeing the crop. I'm like, oh, I'm not full yet. And I'll fill up and run over some crop. Might be a full combine before I get around to the end of the headland. If it's a mod hub, you can just mess up. You can just delete the mod and re-download it. We don't have to even delete the mod, because if you go to updated mods, it should be on the updated mod list. So I mean, yeah, you can delete it, re-download it, or just go to the updated page on your mod list, and it should show it. Get up that hill, John Deere. Forgot how much horsepower this John Deere had, like 650, 690? Oh man, when I went down to get the corn header, I should have swung into the fuel station and topped off with fuel. I'm not worried about running out of fuel on harvesting this field, but I mean, I was in town and I should have fueled it up. Oh yeah, I need to unload all that corn that's in there. I need to unload. Does it say how big? So it says land area is 10.5 hectares. It does not tell me the field size, unfortunately. So I don't know exactly how big the field is, though. Let's hope I can get rid of the manure that's in here. I'm sure I can. I'm sure the greenhouse has gone through enough in 2 months where I can get rid of 5,000 liters of manure. Or maybe not. Well, I'll top off the greenhouses, and whatever's left I'll just delete out of here. It's not that expensive. I'm not losing that much money by deleting it. I could just drop it on the ground too, but I don't want a pile of manure just sitting here on the ground. But I might be able to get rid of all this. Alright, we're just going to go in here, and I'm going to delete it. Fill, empty, check. Alright. Manure be gone. Yes, I do know I can get fuel from the Omatana supply hut. But I think I get it there too cheaply. And it just feels... I don't mind getting lime seed, that kind of stuff there. I don't know, for some reason, just my personal opinion, it feels weird to get fuel from there. Yeah, I know manure on the ground is normal for a farm, but like I said, it's only it's like 1,000 liters. It's like $40 worth of manure. I just don't want a pile there. That's all. It's the same thing. I don't like pallets around my farm. Even though I leave my tractors and equipment just out and about quite a bit. I don't like pallets and all that kind of stuff out. It's just... I know, I'm weird. So this John Deere, what's the horsepower of this thing? It is 690. Good night, John. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. And actually, I'm probably not streaming tomorrow. I'm probably taking tomorrow off so I can get things recorded. But I'll be back Friday streaming. But tomorrow, I'm not streaming. Taking tomorrow off. Well, I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'll be streaming on Friday, which here will be the 4th of July, which is a holiday for us here in the States, but I'll be back streaming on Friday. So we're going to have actually a pretty good amount of corn. How much is that? I want to say it's $3,500 for that corn dryer, and I think it's considered a silo. Oh, it's right there. $3,500. So yeah, I'll probably, like Branding said, I could sell, I might have enough parsnips and or carrots. We can sell some of that. Just need a little bit. Get the corn dryer in so we get the process going. I know tomorrow's the 3rd, not the 4th. I said I'll be streaming on the 4th. I'm not streaming tomorrow. The Ford tractor has a 370. I think the Ford tractor is a 370 horse, Bob. I mean, I can double check. Next time I'm alone in the combine, we'll have a look, but I think it's a 370 horse. Thought I said it the other way around. I may have. I know Friday's the 4th, and I'm streaming on the 4th, but I'm not streaming tomorrow on the 3rd. If I said it the other way around, I could have. Yeah, tomorrow I need to record an episode of Transport Fever for Friday, and I think that might be the last episode of Transport Fever. But for those who like Transport Fever, don't get nervous, because we might be switching over to Transport Fever 2 after that. But I'll do one more episode of Transport Fever before I switch over to Transport Fever 2, which I found out is on sale on Steam, so that's why I think we'll switch over to Transport Fever 2. And I also need to record an episode for ATS on Sunday, which I think they released patch 1.55, or I thought I heard something about 1.55 being released soon or something. Actually, I'm right here, so instead of moving the tractor, we'll unload. And let's see here. I think it's under medium tractors. Nope. Large tractors. 365 horse on the 976. And just as I said that, apparently Farmer G popped in to say 365 on the tractor. But yeah, That's how much horsepower that Ford has. If you're wondering about the other Ford, by the way, if you see the 976, it's just the brand name on it. But the 1156 is a 470 horse. And actually, I know quite a few farmers that had Ford tractors. Maybe not that particular model. But a lot of people liked the Ford tractors back in the day. Gonna get a good amount of corn off this field. So if I put the corn dryer right down next to the silo, I should be able to put this corn in the silo, and the corn dryer will take it right from there. Kind of like what it was doing on Dark Forest until I moved it. Harvesting the field this way so the slope isn't as bad. I think I can get one more pass in. And once I get done harvesting the corn, I am pretty much done with field work until next spring. So we'll probably fast forward pretty much through the entire winter. other than selling some stuff and making sure the horses are doing all right. Yep, should be able to get to the end of the row here. Looks like I'll get it all in one trailer too. I don't know, maybe the trailer will get full. Yeah, I think I'll fill up the trailer and have some left in the combine, but that's okay. I can just bring the combine over and dump it into the silo. Or empty out the trailer and just put back into it. Not sure, but I think I'll get some mulching on the field, so I don't know how, if that adds anything to the yield with precision farming or not. Base game, yes. Precision farming, question mark, we don't know. At least I don't know. Not sure if I'm going to get this in one pass or not. It's a little bit wide here. I think I'm going to be just a little bit too narrow with a header. Now I'm trying to be fine with it. Still missing some. Give me every stalk of corn we have. There we go. Now I got it. All right. corn header up. Oops, I want to fold the header, not the combine. Where am I going on that cornfield? I don't understand. Not sure I understand the question of where I'm going. Sam patrolling the meadow grass. So how much do I have worth of parsnips overnight? I got $3,000 worth of parsnips. That's all we need. I was going over the place in the last harvest. I was getting... I couldn't quite get all the corn stalks, so I was getting the little pieces I was missing, that's all. Well, I can't see what's inside the combine, and we don't get... Again, we get a reading when we're in the combine of how much is in the trailer, but when you're in the trailer unloading a combine, we don't get to see what's in the combine. So we should have 50,000 liters of corn, give or take. 49,420 is what we have. Now let's go grab the parsnips out of the greenhouse. We'll go sell those. It's a long trip just to get $3,000. Actually, I might use the Deutz to do it. Only because the Deutz can go twice as fast as the Ford. And I'm not hauling a whole lot, so it's not like we got a lot of weight to tote around. All that hay and straw made in year one, and the horses just aren't going through that stuff. But now we know horses don't go through material that fast. I made 22,000 liters of parsnips. I didn't see how many liters it was. It's not worth a whole lot, but it's 22,000 liters of parsnips. And parsnips. Farmer's market. Well, at least the people of New Hope will have something other than lettuce to eat. They'll have parsnips. That much parsnips for $3,000. Yeah, definitely glad I hitched up the Deutz. The Ford top speed of 14 would have taken a while. So our first full year here in New Hope. Things are looking pretty good. I like the pace that we're achieving on the map so far. It's very slow progression, and that's kind of what I want to do. Oh, wait. That's where lettuce goes. So I should get about $3,000 plus the environmental score bonus, which, you know, probably like 300. $400. Yeah. It's about $3,400 worth right there, but that's more than enough than what we need for the corn dryer. So, last time I was looking at the corn dryer where to place it, couldn't really figure out where to place it, but just like the Omatana's hut, the seed hut, as I call it, and the corn dryer, they're all relatively cheap. I'm just going to place it down, and we can all move it later on. When I say move it, I mean sell it, put another one down. They're not that expensive, so I'm not going to lose a whole lot there. Because eventually the farmyard will be on this side where the silo is. We just got to build up the farm to where we have the means to do so. So, construction. Make sure I face this the right way too, because that would really suck. Yes, okay, it's facing the right way. And we're just going to go ahead and put it down. Hopefully that's close enough. It is. So it's kind of weird. It can take the corn out of the silo, but I don't know if it'll put it back in. Because it doesn't show the capacity of being able to put it back into her silo. But either way, let's go ahead and activate that. So it's basically just taking corn and drying it. And if you're wondering about this corn dryer, this is on the mod hub, by the way. So if we just look at corn itself, corn best price is $4.67. Dry corn, so $4.67. Dry corn is $7.35. So not quite doubling the price, but almost does. But you do lose some corn in the process because you're drying corn, so you're losing moisture. So you're losing some size there. So yeah, you get 80% back. But yeah, we're making money on by doing that. Plus, that's such a cheap production building. Yeah, it's all good. So there's our corn, millet, and oats all harvested today. Got them all done. And yeah, like I said, the winter months are pretty much here. And the only thing we're going to be doing is taking care of the greenhouses, taking care of the silage bales. We got to sell those. And of course, taking care of the horses also. And we'll be into spring before you know it. AKA next stream, because we'll be zipping to the winter, get to spring. And we're going to plant rye in that field. Actually, I'll probably plant the corn in that field, and I'll plant the rye in that one. And then the other field, I don't think I'm going to need oats. I think we got plenty of oats. So I'm not going to worry about it. So I'll figure what I want to plant in that field over there. So I'm just coming over here so we can get the combine put away and the header returned. Again, go to vehicles. Only lease thing I got is the corn header. Return it. I was going to say I should buy a pressure washer to clean this, but I don't have the money to buy a pressure washer right now. And I'm not going to sell any carrots today just to buy the pressure washer. We'll have to wait until the silage bales are sold. The winter months we will have the millet to sell straight up. The dry corn, I don't know if the dry corn will be all converted over by the time December comes. Because my equipment's starting to look a little bit dirty. A little bit dirty here and there. So a pressure washer would not be a bad thing. Do I have flight mode activated? Probably not. Yeah, the weeds are growing. Weeds are already growing. So we started today by doing the millet. Came over here, did the oats. And yet, we just did the corn. Horses are doing wonderful, by the way, if you're just tuning in. We are running the mod that allows us to get a little bit money from the horses. They're almost up to $7,000. And they're 63% up to an adult. So, they're doing pretty good. I really haven't fed them in about a year. And their feed trough has only gone down about 20,000 liters in total. But that was only with 8 horses. Today we did bump it up and we got a full stable. We got 16 horses now. So they'll probably go through about 40,000 liters of food per year. This stable holds 80. So if I were to top off the food, they should be good for almost 2 full years with these horses. And yeah, I'm running the horse helper that will clean and do the fitness and the riding as well. They're doing everything. So, but we do pay the worker for that, by the way. It's not a free mod. Well, the mod is free. The worker in the mod, you do have to pay for the worker to train the horses and ride them and clean them. But anyways, yeah, we are done for the farming season of year number 2. The fields, I got to plow this field, but we can do that maybe in November when I sell the silage bales. We'll plow this field on up. I don't know why it's telling me it needs lime. That should not be popping up when you have precision farming turned on. At least I don't think it should. I don't remember seeing it before. It tells me that field needs lime. I just put lime in these fields last year, so I'm not sure why that would pop up. I'm not sure. But I mean, you can see pH value is okay. As far as precision farming says, it's okay. Even says it's good there. And pH value is okay in this field. Nitrogen, don't worry about it because that's going to be bad everywhere because we just harvested the field. Today was a very entertaining. We shared opinions and such in the world of Farm Sim. This is why you're such a good streamer. Thank you, sir. Well, I appreciate the comment. I'm glad I can entertain in such ways while we farm here. And yeah, we'll be selling these white marshmallows next time. Yeah, I'm going to wrap it up for today. Just a quick reminder, I did release an episode of Shamburgo. Wait, was that today? Yeah, the Shamburgo episode 2 went out today. That's the recorded series for Farm Sim 25. Yeah, that's just episode 2. Episode 1 just went out on Monday, so if you haven't, if you're like, what? You got recorded series again? Yes. So you're not far behind, just 2 episodes. And I'm going to be doing like 2 episodes per week. I'm going to record them on the weekends. Fingers crossed. And that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. I'll be recording some episodes, not Farm Sim. But I won't be streaming tomorrow. I got to do some recording stuff. And I got to take care of some stuff around the house. So no stream tomorrow, but we'll be back streaming on Friday, the 4th of July, which is a holiday here. I think we'll be back here on New Hope streaming Farm Sim on the 4th of July. And for those wanting Roadcraft, I'll probably be back streaming that on Saturday. At least that's the plan. Brian sending in a donation. Lurking in chat, must be. Either if you did say hello, I missed you, so I apologize. But hello, Brian. Very generous of you for the donation. Very much appreciated. Thanks for the donation. But yeah, I'm going to be jumping out of here. Again, no stream tomorrow. I don't have any planned recorded episodes going out tomorrow. I should have Transport Fever going out on Friday, because that's what I'll be recording tomorrow. And hopefully I'll have an ATS video on Sunday. I'll be recording that as well. We're going to jump out of here. Like I said, no stream tomorrow, but I'll be back on Friday. Appreciate everyone being here. Thumbs up button, you know where that is. Thumbs down button, you know where that is. And yeah, if you're new here, that subscribe and notification bell so you don't miss out more content like this. But yeah, I'm going to jump out of here. Appreciate everyone being here. And hopefully I'll see you all on Friday. But until then, have a good one.